Going to make that last call for Class A Whiteface Crossbreds. Last call for Class A Whiteface Crossbreds, weighing 112 to 145. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way now. Ann, do you have our class? We are going to make that final call, guys. We cannot wait for you to get to the ring. It is 8 o'clock, and our ring help is ready. If you have a lamb in this first class, Class A, you need to be in the holding ring. While we have a break here today, I do want to welcome our judge, Jason Simpson from Alt, Colorado. He's a Colorado State alum. He owns Simpson Livestock, and we sure appreciate Miranda and Cade for sharing him with us this weekend to evaluate the show stock at the 50th Annual North American International Livestock Exposition. If you would, let's give him a round of applause for doing a great job yesterday and today. As we're processing those last 4 lambs, if you would, let's go ahead and start those lambs that are in order into the ring. And we are now entering the ring with Class A Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs, lambs weighing 112 to 145 pounds. Exhibitors that are in the Blackface cross divisions. We will split those 10 classes into 3 divisions. The divisions will be Class 1, 2, and 3 will be the lightweight division. Classes 4, 5, and 6 will be the middleweight division. And the remaining classes will be the heavyweight division. We will show for those division champions and reserves immediately following Class 3, Class 6, and Class 10. First call for Class B, whiteface crossbreds weighing 147 to 180 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class B, whiteface market lambs. If you would, put your hands together to appreciate the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that second call for Class B Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs to the RSG holding ring. Those lambs are weighing 147 to 180 pounds. Whiteface Crossbreds Class B to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class B white-faced crossbred lambs weighing 147 to 180 pounds. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way. Class B white-faced crossbred market lambs to the holding area.
Really an outstanding way to start off day 2 here at the big show, and and we've got a really close top pair here, and really the biggest differences amongst these two is kind of where these two are sitting in terms of their maturity and maybe where their end point might be. But the young lady I'd like to start with, this one might be one of the wildest bodied sheep that we've seen here over the last 2 days. This one's rib and chest and shoulder design is phenomenal. You get up on top of him, he's very good in terms of his rack shape. He's full loined, he's full out of his upper hip, explosive through his stifle. This one props up good. He's great in his lines from the side. He gets out and goes. Really nice place to start off with. Young lady here in second. This one's probably a little closer to his end point than our class winner. This one's a little farther along in terms of his maturity. This one is big backed. He's big loined, explosive through his stifle. We get him propped up there. He's still shallow through his forerib and chest floor. Maybe starting to carry just a notch more condition, but maybe don't get out and go quite as good. He's fighting the young lady here today, but really nice one here to fall into second. Young lady here in third. This one's probably as sound as any in our top three. I like the way his old chest is tucked up in him. He's good designed. He just gets overpowered in terms of shape of muscle and terminal shape compared to our top two. But a very nice, good design, sound made one to fall into third. Young man here in fourth. This one is the powerhouse in the class. This one's cracked open. He's big backed. He's big loined. He's big rumped, stout footed and boned. We got to change this one's front end structure just a notch to get him to compete at the top end of the class. Young man with the Dorper. This one had fought him for a long time out here in this class, but guys, this one's an awfully good one for that breed and or that breed type. Really cracked open, really good design. You get your hands on him. He's shapely, muscled. His rib cage is phenomenal in him with a big old hip, really level rumped. Really an outstanding place for this one to fall. Really good sheep here. This class is incredibly deep for a whiteface cross class. I mean, we roll in here to this next cross and one that's opened up and got some width and some power, just maybe not as neat up through his front end structure as some of them ahead of him. We got another one that handles extremely good here in seventh. And on down the line, this is a very high quality class of sheep. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as we start off our second day.
We now have Class B white-faced crossbreds weighing 147 to 180 pounds entering the ring at this time. We are now showing Class B. Our results of Class A: 10th, Johnny Ann McDonald. 9th, Reese Eller. 8th, Logan Brinker. 7th, Opal Ryan. 6th, Landry Peterson. 5th, Nate Thomas. 4th, Crew Charmison. 3rd, Olivia Sandy. 2nd, Laney Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. And first in Class A goes to Tristan Solopek, New Mexico. We will need those lambs immediately following Class B. We will pick our champion and reserve champion whiteface cross overall. We will make that initial call for that first and second from Class A. You will need to be on deck following the conclusion of Class B. Ladies and gentlemen and exhibitors, if you are done with your lambs today and you want to sell them direct, you can sell those lambs direct outside of the door of E16 by Pillar C4, and they are giving $1.60 a pound for those lambs today. We'll make that first call. First call for Blackface Crossbred lambs, Class 1. Lambs weighing 80 to 127 pounds to the holding area. First call, Class 1, Blackface Crossbred lambs weighing 80 to 127 pounds to the holding area. As a reminder, if you do want to sell your lambs direct, you can do that at the loading dock. They are located outside of overhead door E16 by pillar C4. They are giving $1.60 a pound for those lambs today. So if you're finished and you do not want to haul those lambs home and want to sell them today, they are buying them direct on the dock out of door E16. If you would, let's please put our hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail for bringing us another nice set of white-faced commercial lambs. That first and second place lamb from Class A, we're going to make that second call. Second call for that first and second place lamb from Class A. We will be picking our champion and reserve whiteface cross at the conclusion of this class, and we are now showing Class B. Going to make that second call for class number 1, Blackface Crossbred lambs weighing 80 to 127 pounds. Second call, class 1, Blackface Crossbred lambs weighing 80 to 127 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring.
really a nice way to finish up our lightweight cross division, and we've got some give and take up here on this top end. Really, there's lots of differences amongst these top four, and you can jumble these things probably any which direction you'd like to put them. But I guess the one that I elected to start with, this guy's a truck. He's wide based at the ground. He's busted open in his center body. His back is absolutely enormous. His pin set's enormous. His stifle shape's enormous. He's very, very correct in terms of his finish. Gets out and handles himself on the move pretty good. Is he the shallowest one and neatest through his shoulder? No, he's not that. But just in terms of sheer width and power, this one wins the class. Young lady here in second. This one's probably a little more my speed in terms of the way he's built up through his chest and front end. And this one's got a big back. This one's got a big stifle shape. He's very correct in terms of his rib shape. My biggest issue is this one gets a little bit tighter in terms of his spine. If we can loosen this one up, especially when we get him out there on the move, he just wants to bow up just a little bit, maybe change his neck placement just a notch. But this is a really, really good design, good made one that's stout featured and got plenty to him. Young man here in third, this was my problem sheep on where I needed to put him. This sheep props up good. He's smooth. He handles good. He's got some shape. This one, when we really study him at the ground, he's the narrowest coming at you. I just truly feel that we need to square him up, bust him apart at the ground, but a really good design, good handling kind of one to fall into third. Young man here in fourth probably has the most attractive, eye-appealing one in the class. This one's up and out there. He's tall-shouldered. He's good ribbed. He just runs out of power to compete with them above him. Young lady here in fifth brings kind of another meat and potatoes type of sheep, one that's just very, very solid. He's square, he's wide, he's big-backed, he's bold-ribbed. This one needs to be a little bit stouter in terms of his bone work and feature. Maybe give a little more of that wow factor to him, but really nice place for that one to fall into fifth. Really a deep class of these white-face crosses. Let's put our hands together as these exhibitors finish up this division.
At this time, we will be bringing our first and seconds in from Class A and B. Our first place representative from Class A is Tristan Salopek from New Mexico. Our first place representative from Class B is Jace Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from Class A is Laney Allen, Oklahoma. And our second place representative, Class B, Mackenzie Rule, Iowa. We're now selecting our champion and reserve champion, white-face crossbred wether. Last call for Class 1 Blackface wethers weighing 80 to 127 pounds. If you are in Class 1 Blackface wethers 80 to 127 pounds, you need to be in the holding ring or you need to be on your way. Last call, Blackface wethers, Class 1.
really an outstanding whiteface division here today, and just two classes of them things. But I think the quality was very, very high, and we'll go ahead and talk about all these things. And that first class, we talked about how this one that wins that class maybe is at a little different maturity standpoint than some of these things here shown today. And this one's probably still as wild-bodied and wild-looking as any of them that's come through the ring, and got a great handle. Maybe the only thing I don't like about this one's the way he's collared. That collar kind of throws me off just a little bit, but that's a very minute detail. The young lady that was second in that class was one that really props up good and handles good and really follows type and kind, very similar to that class winner, just maybe at a little different stage in terms of its maturity pattern. Then we get into the heavier two sheep, and one that I'll admit is maybe not really my speed to win the class, but in terms of the way he props up from the side. But this one is absolutely busted open and wide made and thick and powerful, and you really got to appreciate them things about him. And then we got one that maybe patterns the other two out here in the ring a little better, that just got a notch tighter in terms of his spine when we set him in motion. But really four high quality individuals, and I guess the decision to be made is where we go for reserve. But I think there's a pair that fit together a little better for me. I'm going to go ahead and keep the two lightweights together for your champion and reserves whiteface.
Our champion whiteface crossbred goes to Tristan Solopek, New Mexico. Our reserve champion goes to Laney Allen, Oklahoma. We are now showing and entering the ring with Class 1 Blackface crossbred wethers weighing 80 to 127 pounds. We are now showing Blackface wethers, Class 1. Our results of Class B whiteface crossbred wethers: 10th, Kennedy Mitchell; 9th, Aiden Anderson; 8th, Riley McGee; 7th, McKenna Snyder; 6th, Rain Garton; 5th, Hannah Bridges; 4th, Hayes Henderson; 3rd, Blake Holman. 2nd comes from Mackenzie Rule, Hayward, Iowa. And our first place in Class B whiteface crosses comes from Jace Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. Blackface crossbred exhibitors, we will be picking our champion lightweight crossbred wether at the conclusion of Class 3. So if you have a first or second in the first three classes, we will be picking our champion and reserve lightweight at the end of Class 3. First call for class number 2, Blackface Weathers, weighing 128 to 135 pounds. First call for Blackface Weathers, class 2, 128 to 135 pounds, to the RSG holding area. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss the young people along the rail for starting us off with a great Blackface Crossbred division. Going to make that second call for Blackface Crossbred Weathers Class 2. Second call, Blackface Crossbred Weathers weighing 128 to 135. You need to be headed to the RSG holding ring, Class 2. Going to make that last call. Last call, class number 2, Blackface Weathers, weighing 128 to 135. If you are in class 2, Blackface Weathers, you need to be in the holding area. Class 2, Blackface Weathers, 128 to 135.
Really a nice way to start off this Blackface Cross division, and a class that just really fell together fairly easy for me. And this one that wins the class, there's not really any discussion on where he ends up other than at the top of the class. He's wide at the ground, he's big backed, he's big in his upper hip, big stifle shape, still balances good on the side. Just a really good place to start. Young man here in second, this sheep here in second probably has some of the freakier pieces in the class. This one might be as wild and shallow and neat up there through his front 1/3 as any of them that we've seen come through today. He's got a great big old stand-up rack in him. His ribs good, long-bodied, almost a little bit to a default, maybe just a notch too long. But if this sheep will continue to go and stouten up, I think this one can maybe push our class winner down the road. Young lady here in third, this one's just a wide, square, sound, fundamental type sheep. Just needs just a little more pop, a little more everywhere, but just really solid, fault-free one to land in third. Young lady here in fourth, one that's got a big old rack shape. He's got a big old pin shape, good stifled. We set this one in motion. He wants to get a little tighter in his spine. He wants to drop his old chest plate out of him just a notch, but a real nice one there in fourth. Young lady here in fifth got one that's real good designed, props up good from the side. He's big featured, just needs more power to compete with the top end of the class. As we move on down, really a deep class of sheep with lots of ones that I'm sure got different endpoints in mind, but let's put our hands together for a really nice place to start here with our lightweight cross division.
If you would, let's please bring that class 2 Blackface Crossbred Weathers to the ring, weighing 128 to 135 pounds. We are now showing class number 2 Blackface Crossbred Weathers. Our results of Blackface Crossbred Weathers, number 1, Caston Campbell is 10. 9th is Braden McCoy. 8th, Ashton Gaskins. 7th, Jace Allen. 6th, Presley Strader. 5th, Callie High. 4th, Raylan Ward. 3rd, Allison Sandy. 2nd, Shepherd Silvers, Junction, Texas. And 1st goes to John North, Decatur, Texas. We are now showing Blackface Crossbred Weathers, Class 2. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. We'll make that first call. First call for class number 3, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 136 to 140 pounds. First call, class 3, Blackface Weathers, weighing 136 to 140 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class number 3, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 136 to 140 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 3, Blackface Crossbred Weathers, weighing 136 to 140 pounds to the holding ring. Final call, class number 3, Blackface Crossbred Weathers weighing 136 to 140 pounds. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Class 3, Crossbred Weathers, 136 to 140 pounds. You need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Another really nice class of crossbred sheep here, and we got a top pair or trio of them, and this one that I elected to start with, I had in the front and in the lead from the get-go, and it really got closer the more I studied on these guys. But I do believe when we set this one in motion, he's the best one in terms of holding his skeleton together. He gets out and goes and keeps his chest floor up and elevated in him when we set him in motion. You get up on top of this guy, he's big racked, he's enormous loined and enormous hipped with a good stifle shape. Still balances up good on the side. Really nice place to start off with. Young lady here in second, this one is one stout, square-made individual. And when we really study this one, I think his shoulder blade sets up in him maybe a notch higher when he's propped up. When we set him in motion, it wants to drop out of him just a nickel. This one gets just a little bit plainer in terms of shape of muscle down his back in comparison to our class winner. Maybe a little bit plainer out of his upper hip, but this one is the bigger stifle to that top pair. Really nice sheep to fall into second. Young man here in third, this one is the wild muscled one here in the top trio. This one has the most shape, the most terminal muscle. His stifle shape is absolutely enormous. Just gets a little bit too round, a little bit shorter hip for me. If we can lengthen him out in them areas, level him up, lengthen him out just a notch, I think he can go on and compete to win this class. Young lady here in third, this one's just a really functional, solid sheep. Really wide, really square at the ground. He's opened up in terms of his center body cavity. He's opened up in terms of his top skeleton. I just wish this sheep handled better. He doesn't have the touch, quite the handle of what them ahead of him have today, but a really nice one to fall into the fourth hole. As we get into fifth, we got another one that's very shapely in terms of his rack shape. He's shapely in terms of his stifle. He's big featured, shallow. Maybe just doesn't balance quite as good as them ahead of him. But a really nice way to finish up this second class. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
If you would, let's please bring that Class 3 Blackface Crossbred Weathers to the ring at this time. Those lambs weigh 136 to 140 pounds. We are now showing Class 3 Crossbred Weathers. Our results of Class number 2, Blackface Crossbred Weathers. 10th, Caitlin Campman. 9th, Madison Wynn. 8th, Paige Garrett. 7th, Cole Bynum. 6th, Tucker Moracle. 5th, Lay Ray Cox. 4th, Hayden Bryant. 3rd, Cade Charmison. 2nd, Stella Amthauer, Beeman, Iowa. And first in Class 2 Crossbred Weathers, Sam Smillen, Marcus, Iowa. We are now showing Class 3 Blackface Crossbred Weathers. At the conclusion of this class, we will need both our first and second place lambs from Class 1 and 2 to select our champion lightweight division in our Blackface Crossbred show. So I will make that initial call. We will need the first and second place lambs from Class 1 and 2 at the conclusion of this class in the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation as we dismiss those young people along the rail. We're going to make the second call for those first and second place lambs from class 1 and 2. We'll make that second call. We will be picking our champion lightweight and reserve lightweight Blackface Crossweather at the conclusion of class 3, which is in the ring at this time. We'll make that initial call for class number 4, Blackface Weathers, weighing 141 to 144 pounds. First call to the RSG holding ring, Blackface Crossbred Weathers, 141 to 144 pounds. We need to make that final call for the Class 1 and Class 2 first and seconds. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. We will select our champion and reserve champion lightweight in our Blackface Crossbred division at the conclusion of this class. If you were a first or a second in Class 1 or 2, you need to be in the holding ring. Second call for Class 4, Blackface Crossbred Weathers weighing 141 to 144 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 4, Blackface Crossbred Weathers 141 to 144 to the holding ring.
maybe one of the deeper classes that we've had over the past couple days. Maybe not just that one that just jumps out there and says, I'm the one to win the class. And I really think these top four here sort into two pairs, and you got to decide where you're going to lay your priorities and how you're going to sort them. And we got a pair of them here that are probably the better looking of the four. And with that said, the one that I elected to start with, this one has an absolutely monster rack in him. He's shapely muscled. He's shapely through his stifle. You get your hands on him, he handles extremely, extremely good. And yet when he's propped up on the side, his lines are very, very good. He gets out and goes good. Just a really nice sheep here to start off the class. The one here in second, really tall fronted, really good in his lines. I love his underline. I love his top line. He's got a big stifle shape. He gets beat in terms of handle up high. He's not as big backed. He's not as big racked. I'd like to change his front end structure just a nickel. He wants to come in at his knee just a little bit. But really good profiling, good eye appealing kind of sheep to fall into second. The two power sheep fall into third and fourth here. The third place one is the widest made one of the four. He's wide, he's square, he's just solid all the way through. He maybe wants to run downhill just a little bit. If we could raise him there at the point of his shoulder, make him a little more attractive up through there, I think he can go on and push the class very, very hard. Young man here in fourth, one that's got a good touch to his top side. He's got a big stifle. He's shapely. This one's starting to carry a little more condition, I think, than some of them others that gets maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of his look. The one here in fifth is the oddball for me. Maybe not really the kind that I like on the side, but I'm telling you, this one is a wide-made, big-backed, opened up in terms of his rib shape and body. This one is huge in his back and huge in his pin and huge in his stifle. We just got to get him to balance better on the side. We got to drop his old flank down in him, maybe shorten him up just a rib in terms of overall length of body, but a wide-made, powerful one there to fall into fifth. We get in here to sixth. The one that's just basic build and skeleton quality is very, very high. This one is shallow. Its lines are very good. Just doesn't have the overall terminal muscle shape on that top side of his skeleton. He's got a big shape to his stifle. We just got to crispen him up and get more expression on the top side to get him up higher. But man, this is a really deep class of sheep all the way down. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
We are now selecting our champion lightweight division in our Blackface crosses. Representing Class 1, John North, Texas. Our first place winner in Class 2 is Sam Smillen, Iowa. And in Class 3, our class winner comes from Lila Kephart, Indiana. Our second place representative in Class 1 comes from Shepherd Silvers, Texas. In Class 2, our second representative comes from Stella Anthauer, Iowa. And in Class 3, our second place representative comes from Micah Elliott, Oklahoma. We are now selecting our lightweight champion in reserve in our Blackface division. Final call for Class 4 Blackface Crossbred Wethers weighing 141 to 144 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Class 4 Blackface Wethers 141 to 144 pounds in the holding ring at this time.
really an outstanding way to start off this crossbred division here today, and we'll talk about these things a little bit. The Class 1 sheep, one that we really loved in that class, and I thought he won that deal fairly handily in terms of just width and muscle shape and power, and you love how he handles and yet props up with a good look. Maybe like to see him with just a notch more flank. We'd maybe like to see him just walk, when he walks out, be a nickel taller at the point of his shoulder, but a really nice one to win that class. And then we had a real exotic looking one that fell in second, one of the shallower, wilder looking ones that we've seen so far in the show. And we had a pair of them things in Class 2 that were fairly similar and got closer as that class went on. And this one that wins that class is a wide made, I mean, big old square wide loin in him, huge hip, huge stifle, big racked. You get this one in motion, and you really love the way this one gets out and goes. There was the second place behind that one, I think, is a very genuine sheep in terms of being wide and square. He just doesn't have that extra pizzazz in terms of muscle shape up there through his rack. Maybe not as explosive out of his upper hip as some of these others that we've seen. We get into our third class, and we got one that's got them extra pieces in terms of being wild and rack in terms of its rack shape, wild in terms of its stifle shape, really wild looking. And you ask yourself, is this one just busted open and genuine enough underneath? And I think this one's good enough there. Gets out and goes good. The one that was second in class is one that we really like the way this one props up. We talked about how this one just got beat by the class winner in terms of not having just enough shape and expression to that top side of its skeleton, but really good built, sound made one there, props up good on the side. But I guess there's one of them that hits me real hard in this drive, and then I'm gonna go out and use another one that brings a few of the extras to the table. The young man out of the middle class is going to be your champion. The blue sheep's going to be your reserve champion.
Our champion, lightweight Blackface Cross, comes from Class 2, Sam Smillen of Iowa. Our reserve champion lightweight cross comes from Class 3, Lila Kephart, Indiana. If you would, let's bring that Class 4 Blackface Crossbreds to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 141 to 144 pounds. We are now showing Class 4 Crossbred wethers. Our results of Class 3 Blackface Crossbred wethers: 10th, Caden Johnson; 9th, Kix Lee; 8th, Matthew Minnick; 7th, Cody Goring; 6th, Allison Sandy; 5th, Braden Bowers; 4th, Blake Holman; 3rd, Madden Wise; 2nd, Micah Elliott, Calumet, Oklahoma. And our class winner and reserve lightweight crossbred comes from Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. We are now showing Class 4 crossbred wethers. For those of you that are done with your lambs today and you would like a place to sell them, they are buying lambs direct today at the dock. You can take those lambs through overhead E16 door by pillar C4. They are given $1.60 a pound today. So if you want to sell your lambs direct, they're selling them on the dock, and they're giving $1.60 a pound today. If you would, at this time, those lambs along the ring, along the rail, we're gonna dismiss. Let's show them our appreciation for participating in the North American. Second call, Class 5, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 145 to 148 pounds to the holding ring. Second call, Class 5, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 145 to 148 pounds to the holding ring. Going to make that last call for Blackface Crossbred Weathers, Class 5, lambs weighing 145 to 148 pounds. Last call for Class 5 Crossbred Weathers, weighing 145 to 148 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. If you are in Class 5 Crossbred Weathers weighing 145 pounds to 148 pounds, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Last and final call for Class 5 Crossbred Weathers, 145 to 148 pounds.
Absolutely phenomenal class in terms of quality. This thing, I don't know how many deep it goes, but this top 6, 7, 8, 9, them things are very, very high caliber sheep, and we sort them into a trio at the top end of this class, and we've got some decisions to make amongst these three, and the one that I elect to use, I think, just puts everything together in the best package. He balances up from the side. He's square, he's wide, he gets out and goes good on the move. You get up on top of this one, he probably has the shapeliest rack. Very, very explosive on his top side. His upper hip is big, big old stifle shape. Really, really good one to start off with. Young lady here in second. This one probably, just in terms of sheer width and mass and power, probably is the one in the class. Is he quite as neat built as the one ahead of him? It gets close, real, real close. My deciding factors when we set them two in motion, I don't think this one handles his rear two quite as good. I think if he got out and went and strided just a little better off of them rear two, then it gets really, really close amongst them. But one that's wide made, huge backed, huge pinned, huge stifled, good ribbed, just everything else you like about him. Really good one to fall into second. This one here in third, this is either the class winner or the third. This one is absolutely my speed on the side. This one is the shallowest chested one. He is the most elegant up there through his front end, the neatest made. He gets out and goes, and he's so good on the move. He's dead level, and he gets out and trots. When we really study this one at the ground, he's the narrowest of our top three. And we get up on the top side of his skeleton, and he just gets out-handled in terms of sheer width and mass and power in comparison to them three. But really, really good design, good built one falling to the third hole. As we get here into fourth, one that probably patterns our top two a little more, one that's so opened up through his center body and rib. He's big backed, he's big stifled, he's wide, he's square. This one's maybe starting to carry a little extra condition. I'd like to stouten up this one's foot and bone to get him to compete any higher in this class. The one here in fifth, this one is the tallest fronted of these top five. He is probably the stoutest featured. He's the biggest footed, the biggest bone. He runs uphill. He's got some stifle shape. He handles tremendous. This one gets a little bit flatter in terms of his body shape for me. If we could just crack his old rib cage open, I think we could just lay that much more foundation of muscle in him. But one that you really, really love the design on that one. We get here into sixth, the one that you love the look of this one from the side. He's so shallow. He's so deep flanked. He's got a big old caboose on him, a big, big back. This one's just carrying too much condition for me to get him in the top five. Young man here in seventh has got a really good designed one, built as good as any. Just need to power this one up and give him a little more substance. But man, this is a heck of a class. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors in this deal.
If you would, let's bring that Class 5 Crossbred Weathers weighing 145 to 148 to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 5 Crossbred Weathers 145 to 148 pounds. Our results of Class 4. 10th goes to Carly Megg. 9th, Ray Cox. 8th, Adeline Bryant. 7th, Hayes Henderson. 6th, Aria Nair. 5th, Brinley Hogg. 4th, Amy Moore. 3rd, Macy Zerbach. 2nd, Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. And our class winner in Class 4 goes to Graham Newsom, Alton, Texas. We are now showing Class 5 Crossbred Weathers weighing 145 to 148 pounds. All exhibitors, and especially exhibitors that have champion and reserves, we do want to let you know we will be showing the Grand Champion Drive 15 minutes at the conclusion of selecting our champion and reserve champion crossbred. We will take a 15-minute break after we select our champion and reserve champion crossbred. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail for another great set of market lambs in this 5th class. We'll make that first call for class number 6, Crossbred Weathers, to the RSG holding ring. First call, Crossbred Weathers, class 6, lambs weighing 149 to 151 pounds, to the holding ring. Make that second call for Class 6 Blackface Crossbred Weathers weighing 149 to 151 pounds. Class 6 Crossbred Weathers 149 to 151 pounds to the RSG holding ring. We'll make that final call for Class 6 Crossbred Weathers to the RSG holding ring. Final call for Class 6 Crossbred Weathers weighing 149 to 151 pounds to the holding ring at this time.
Another really good class here in this middle division, and one to start off with that I think kind of sorts himself to the top of this trio. He's the one that runs uphill. He's tall at his shoulder. He's level in his top line. I think he's extremely good in his underline. You get up on him and get your hands on him. This one has got a big, shapely rack. He's wide loined, big, explosive hip, shapely stifle, big featured. Just a really good place for me to start with. The one that falls into second follows our class winner in terms of type and kind and as far as handle and touch. This one's shapely backed, big square loin, shapely stifled. Maybe not as sound moving. I'd like to maybe change the way the neck set comes out on this one just a little bit. If we could change that deal in that one, I think it gets real close. The one here in third, I really like the build and design of this one from the side. This one is the shortest bladed of the trio. He's got a big square hip, big stifle shape. He is the flattest in terms of his muscle shape on his top side of his skeleton. If we could change that and give him just a notch more terminal shape, I think maybe this one pushes all the way to the top of the class. As we get here into fourth, this is one that runs uphill. He's big featured. He's big ended. He gets a little bit longer bladed, a little deeper and plainer up through that front end. If we could change that about him, I think we could get him on up. The one here in fifth, the one that's wide, square made, level made, just a little more generic in terms of his muscle shape and makeup in comparison to them ahead of him. But you really like this one's rib, this one's body. Really nice one here to finish out our top five. As we get here into sixth, we got one that is big featured, big footed, stout made, tall shouldered. Just don't have the overall width and dimension through his center body cavity as them ahead of him. But awfully good class here in this middleweight division. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
If you would, please bring that Class 6 Crossbred wethers to the ring at this time. These wethers weigh 149 to 151 pounds. At the conclusion of this class, we will be picking our champion and reserve middleweight Blackface Crossbred wether from Class 4, 5, and 6. So we'll make that initial call for our first and second place winners from Class 4 and 5 for our middleweight crossbred drive immediately following this class. Results from Class 5. 10th, Cade Charmison. 9th, Shepard Silvers. 8th, J.D. Moracle. 7th, Taylor Lutenslogger. 6th, Braden McCoy. 5th, Landry Lane. 4th, Carson Keller. 3rd, Jack Holsenbeck. 2nd, Emma Woods, Gustine, California. And first, in Class 5 Blackface Crossbred wethers, Hannah Seaver, Redwood Valley, California. Just make that initial call for those first and seconds from class 4 and 5. We will be showing for our champion middleweight immediately following this class. If you would, at this time, put your hands together as we dismiss the young people along the rail for another great class. Going to make that first call for Class 6. First call for Class 6 is in the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 7, Crossbred Weathers weighing 152 to 155 pounds. First call for Class 7, Blackface Crossbred Weathers, 152 to 155 pounds to the RSG holding ring. We'll make that first call for the first and second places from Class 4 and Class 5. Make that first initial call for Class 4 and Class 5 first and seconds for our middleweight champion drive. Going to make that first call, Class 7, Crossbred Blackface Weathers. Weathers weighing 152 to 155 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Class 7, Crossbred Weathers, 152 to 155 pounds. Exhibitors and parents, if you are done with your lambs this weekend and you are wanting a place to sell those lambs direct, they are buying them on the dock at this time. You'll go through overhead door E16 by pillar C4. They are giving $1.60 a pound for those lambs. So if you are interested in selling your lambs today, they are buying them at the dock. Going to make that final call for those first and seconds to the holding ring from Class 4 and Class 5. Final call for first and seconds from Class 4 and Class 5 for our middleweight division.
Nice way to finish up our middle division here, and we've got one that I think rises to the top in this particular class. And just in terms of this one has the least wrong with him. This one is shallow. He's big backed. He's square loin. He's big out of his upper hip. He's big stifled. You look at his underline; it's very good. Gets out and goes good. Just a really good sheep that's hard to poke a big hole in. That one wins the class. The one here in second, this one is absolutely my speed in terms of his skeletal build on the side. This one is wild shallow. This one is wild terminal in terms of his muscle shape. This one needs to be stouter featured, and this one needs to be cracked open more at the ground. If we can change them two things, I think this one goes on and wins a big one. Young man here in third. This is the widest skeleton one in the class. He's the biggest on the top side of his skeleton, enormous out of his upper hip, huge in his stifle. The sheep just gets too straight off of both ends for me. I wish we could give this one more flex and more reach when we set him in motion. He even gets a little bit on the straight side as he's propped up there. But just in terms of one that props up and handles unbelievable, this one has all of that. Young lady here in fourth. One that probably in terms of width and power dominates the class. This one is wide. He's cracked open in his rib cage. He's big out of his upper hip. He's big out of his stifle. Gets a little plainer through his shoulder, a little plainer through his front end construction for me, but a really nice one there to fall into fourth. The one here in fifth, we talked in the last class, this one's probably the most generic in terms of his makeup. This one's square. He's good built. He's solid. He's level. He's good in his underline, good in his rib cage. He just don't have the wow factor to push him to that next level as far as I'm concerned. We get here into sixth. We get one that might be one of the shallowest made ones in the class. This one is wild in terms of his chest floor. He's wild in terms of his body shape. He's just too narrow constructed. We got to bust him apart going away from you especially, but a really nice one there in sixth. The one in seventh, this one is stout constructed. The front 2/3 I really, really like on this one. We get back there. I just wish he was busted open in terms of his upper hip construction to get him any higher. Really, really good class. Let's put our hands together to finish up this middleweight division.
As we gather those class winners and seconds, we're going to take just a little bit of a break here, and then we'll be selecting our champion and reserve champion middleweight. Our results of Class 6, 10th, Tanner Dean. 9th, Grace Moore. 8th, Colby Williams. 7th, Wyatt Acey. 6th, Connor Anthony. 5th, Sawyer Morical. 4th, Bailey Amstutz. 3rd, Jet James. 2nd comes from Caitlin Chabot, Wheelock, Texas. And our class winner of Class 6 goes to Kristen Walk, Sulphur, Oklahoma. If you are in Class 7, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 152 to 155 pounds, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Class 7, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 152 to 155 pounds, to the holding ring. As a reminder, if you are done with these wethers today and you'd like to sell them direct, you can sell those lambs on the dock out of overhead door E16 at pillar C4. They are selling for $1.60 a pound, and they are loading those sheep right now. We are ready to move into our middleweight champion selection. If you would, let's please welcome Graham Newsom from Class 4, our class winner from Texas. Class 5, our class winner is represented by Hannah Sievers, California. Class 6, our class winner is represented by Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. Our second place representative, Class 4, Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative, Class 5, Emma Woods, California. And our second place class representative, Class 6, Caitlin Chabot, Texas. We're now selecting our champion and reserve champion, Blackface commercial middleweight market lamb. Going to make last call for Class 7 Blackface commercial wethers to the holding ring. Lambs weighing 152 to 155. Class 7 Blackface crossbred wethers to the holding ring.
This middleweight division, it's been something else. The quality from top to bottom has been very, very good, and we get these firsts and seconds back out here, and I'm extremely happy with them. We'll talk these class winners. This one out of the first class, the one that's just so cracked open. You get up on top of this one, and his center rib cage is busted open wide. He's big backed. He's so shapely in terms of his rack, and you get right behind him. He's so big out of his upper hip and stifle shape. It still balances from the side, and he set this one in motion. I think he's very, very true in the way he moves out and goes. The one here out of Class 2 is one that we talked about this one in class, running uphill and being tall-shouldered and still has that shape of muscle that we like and the touch and a good package. Is he just as cracked open and as powerful as some of these others out here? I don't know, but this one's very, very good sheep out of Class 2. The one out of the last class here, one that I think wins that class fairly handily, and this one is wild in terms of his muscle shape. Really, really terminal, really big out of that upper side. Wide and square, still balances very good. Nickel longer bodied, but really, really good one there. I think this middleweight division's been tremendous, guys. Your Class 1's going to be your champion. Class 3 is going to be your reserve. Let's put your hands together for them two individuals.
Our champion middleweight crossbred comes from Graham Newsom, Texas. Our reserve champion middleweight comes from Class 6, Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. If you would, please bring Class 7 crossbred wethers weighing 152 to 155 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 7 crossbred wethers. If a representative from Graham Newsom's would come to the announcer's stand, Graham Newsom representative, please come to the announcer's stand. If you would, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, please show your appreciation and let's give them a big round of applause. Make that first call for class number 8, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 pounds. First call, class 8, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 pounds. We'll make that second call for class 8, Blackface Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 pounds to the holding area. Class 8, Blackface Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 to the holding area. Final call, Class 8, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 pounds to the holding area. Final call, Class 8, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 156 to 159 pounds to the holding ring.
Really a nice way to start this heavy division, and we got a pair of them here that are fairly similar in terms of their design and look from the side. Both these things are really shallow. They're tucked up. They're tall-shouldered. You get your hands on them. The one that I like to win the class is extremely wide down his back. He's wide through his rack. He's wide through his loin, wide out of his upper pin set. Got a big stifle shape. Is he the stoutest one out here in the top 5? I don't know, but man, this one's got some width, got some look, gets out and goes good. Really nice place for me to start. The one here in second, this one has the best handle. This one's got a big old stand-up rack. He's full in his loin. He's full out of his upper hip. He's really got a round rib cage in him. I'd like to shorten this one up in terms of maybe length of body or just make him balance a little better. Something's off there on his side view, but you get up on him and you love the touch and handle of this sheep. That's why he's second. Young lady here in third, one that balances up pretty good from the side. He's got some muscle, really muscular sheep. Just doesn't tie everything together in as smooth a package as them ahead of him there today. Power sheep's in 4. This one's wide, big back, square. Ton of muscle, ton of foot and bone, just needs to be better constructed up through his front end. The one here in fifth might be as wide through his center body cavity as any that we've had. He's wide through his skeleton. He's got a big back. He just needs to be in a little neater package to get up any higher today. Really, really good way to start off our heavy division. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
If you would, bring that Class 8 crossbred wethers weighing 156 to 159 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 8 crossbred wethers. The results of Class 7 crossbred wethers: 10th, Tyler Getzloff; 9th, Rose Davies; 8th, Drew Howell; 7th, Sophie Young; 6th, Colton Holkstra; 5th, Cole Bynum; 4th, Clay Randall; 3rd, Morgan Evans. Second comes from Reagan Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. And our class winner of Class 7 comes from Gabriel Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. We are now showing crossbred wethers, Class 8. If you would, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, please show your appreciation and put your hands together. First call, class number 9, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 160 to 166 to the holding area. First call, class 9, Blackface Weathers, weighing 160 to 166 to the holding area. Hey, did Larry make you mad? Well, I just couldn't understand why you wouldn't give us a sandwich and some chips. Oh, I thought Larry made you mad. What we got today? Okay, we'll take it. We're not going to argue. Thank you. Yeah, in fact, I do have a water. That's my water, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Did they? You did get one, didn't you? Okay. Okay, thank you. Going to make that second call, class 9, Crossbred Weathers, weighing 160 to 166 to the holding area. Class 9, Crossbred Weathers, 160 to 166 to the holding area. Final call, Class 9. Crossbred lambs weighing 160 to 166 to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 9, Blackface Crossbred wethers weighing 160 to 166 to the holding area.
Another really good class of heavies here, and as we work into these bigger weights, I still think we've got sheep that are holding themselves together very, very good. And this top pair of them, this one that wins the class is extremely cracked open underneath. He's square, he's wide, he's big backed, big old pin set in him. Really runs uphill in comparison to our one in second. Underline's good, just a really nice place to start off this class. The one in second, we really like the handle of this sheep. Got a great touch to him. He's big stifled. He's right in his forerib. If we could just make him a little neater build up through that front end, I think he can push our class winner as well. The one in third here is probably my problem sheep on where he goes, whether he's first or third. If he's got just enough oomph to him, I don't have a problem with you putting him up to start the class. This one is big featured. He's level made. He's got a great handle to him. He just don't have the overall mass of what them two ahead of him have. If we could just bust him open a little bit, give him just a little more true dimension and width, I think that one's got big time pieces. The one here in fourth really props up and handles good. Big rack, bold rib, big loin. Maybe peters out just a little bit there out of his upper tail head. Wants to get a little bit straight when he's out there on the move, but a really nice sheep there in the fourth. Young lady here in fifth, kind of the meat and potatoes sheep of the class. Wide, square, big wide loin in him, big hip, big rump. just a little bit plainer in terms of his front end and shoulder construction. Really nice class of heavies. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors.
If you would, let's bring that Class 9 Crossbred Weathers to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 160 pounds to 166 pounds. We are now showing Class 9 Crossbred Weathers. Our results of Class 8 Crossbred Weathers: 10th, Adeline Bryant; 9th, Caden Johnson; 8th, Peyton Peterson; 7th, Madison Haynes; 6th, Tristan Spolapek; 5, Stella Anthauer; 4, Addison Zerbach; 3rd, Hayes Henderson; 2nd, John North, Decatur, Texas. And our class winner goes to Madden Wise, Brownwood, Texas. We are now showing Class 9 Crossbred Weathers. For those that have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, we will have our grand champion drive 15 minutes prior at 15 minutes of the conclusion of our crossbred champion. We will take a 15-minute break after the selection of our champion and reserve champion crossbred. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail for bringing us another great class of crossbred wethers. First call for Class 10 crossbred wethers weighing 167 to 189 pounds. First call for Class 10 crossbred wethers weighing 167 to 189 pounds to the RSG holding area. Second call, Class 10 crossbred wethers weighing 167 to 189 pounds to the holding pen. Second call, Class 10 crossbred wethers 167 to 189 to the RSG holding area. Final call for Class 10 Crossbred Weathers. Final call for Class 10 Crossbred Weathers, weighing 167 to 189.
Really an outstanding pair of them here at the top of this class, and it gets really close between these two. I didn't think it was quite that close when they first come in, and the longer you put your eyes on them and put your hands on them, I think these two individuals are very, very similar. And the one that I elect to start with is the one that when I truly think you study him coming at you, he's the wider and square one of them top two in the class. This one's tall-shouldered. He's got an enormous rack, huge square loined, big ended, big stifled, unbelievable look from the side. Really, really good one there to start off with. Young lady here in second, this one's handle's phenomenal. Maybe a little more shape to its rack than what our class winner has. Big full loin, big stifle shape, really good in terms of its rib and center body. Just wish that one come at you just a nickel wider to compete with that class winner, but that's a heck of a pair to start off this heavy class. We get into our third place sheep, one that's wide. This one is extremely wide down its back. He's wide loined, he's wide racked, he's wide hipped. He just don't have that pop and that extra shape of muscle on his top side of his skeleton that them above him have. We get here in the fourth, one that is probably the widest based one in the class. He's extremely wide at the ground. He's extremely wide in his top side of his skeleton. His hip is enormous. His stifle shape's good. He just gets a little bit flatter and plainer in terms of his rib cage and his body for me, but a very unique sheep there in fourth. Young man here in fifth, this one's stout constructed. He's muscular. Just doesn't have the look that them ahead of him have here today. Let's put our hands together for another really good class of heavyweights.
If you would, please bring in Class 10 Blackface Crossbred Lambs, weighing 167 to 189. We are now showing our final Blackface Crossbred class, Class 10, at this time. Our results from Class 9. 10th goes to Avery Flax. 9th, Sawyer Ritz. 8th, Carly Megg. 7th, Peyton Peterson. 6th, Holly Shelton. 5th, Wyatt Acey. 4th, Hudson Franklin. 3rd, Gabrielle Rout. Second from Class 9 comes from Kobe Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma. And our class winner from Class 9 comes from Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio. We are now showing our final class, Class 10, Crossbred Weathers. At the conclusion of this class, we will be picking our heavyweight champion. We will need to have those first and seconds from Class 7, Class 8, and Class 9. We will make our initial warning call for those lambs to come to the RSG holding ring. Exhibitors, if you are done with your lambs and you want to sell them direct, they are buying lambs on the dock at this time. You go out overhead door E16 at the C pillar. They are paying $1.60 a pound. They are buying lambs on the dock at this time. If you would, as we dismiss those young people from the rail, please give them a big round of applause for finishing off our great Crossbred Market Lamb show. First call for all those first and seconds out of Class 7, Class 8, and Class 9. We will select our champion heavyweight crossbred immediately following this class. First call for all those first and seconds out of Class 7, Class 8, and Class 9.
The class we've been looking for, I guess. Really a nice way to finish up here, and we got a pair of them here at the top end of this class for heavyweight sheep that I think handle extremely good. This one that I like to win, he's the shapelier of the two. He's got a big old grooved up rack, big stifle shape. He's trim over his ribs, still props up good from the side. He's neat there through his chest floor. Really good sheep to start off with. The one here in second maybe runs uphill just a notch more than our class winner. Doesn't have quite the handle down his top line as that class winner. Good stifle shape, sound moving, very functional sheep to fall into second. The one here in third is probably just as powerful as the two ahead of him. Gets a little more nondescript in terms of his muscle shape. Maybe starting to carry a little bit too much condition. Gets a little deeper and plainer through his front end, but a really nice wide-made stout sheep in third. We get into fourth. This one has the biggest loin, maybe one of the biggest loins that I've handled all week. Big old square edge in him, big backed. We set this one in motion. He runs downhill. If we could change that about this sheep, we could probably work his way up a little higher. We get into fifth, another real functional sheep that's wide and square, good ribbed, muscular. Just don't have the wow factor of them ahead of him here today. Let's put our hands together as we finish up this Blackface division.
If you have a first or second in class 7, 8, 9, or 10, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. While we're gathering those lambs together, our results of class 10. 10th goes to Gabby Kappen. 9th, Addison Comstock. 8th, Skylar Pittman. 7th, Madison McGee. 6th, Fifth, Dottie Lefty. Fourth, Aria Nyer. Third, Daly Job. Second, Brinley Hogg, Lubbock, Texas. And first goes to Colby Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. Are they all there? Do they have 8 lambs there? Yeah, we got them. All right, let's bring those class winners in. From class 7, our representative comes from Gabriel Rout, Indiana. Our class winner from class 8 comes from Madden Wise, Texas. Our class winner from class 9 comes from Bailey Amstutz, Ohio. And our class winner from class 10 comes from Colby Williams, Minnesota. In our class 7, our second representative is represented by Reagan Rogers, Missouri. Our second place representative in class 8 is John North, Texas. Our second place winner in class 9 is Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. And in class 10, our second representative is Brinley Hogg, Texas. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred market lamb. We need to get our champion and reserve champion lightweight, our champion and reserve champion middleweight to the RSG holding ring. We will pick our champion crossbred immediately following this selection. We need our champion and reserve champion lightweight and our champion and reserve champion middleweight. We have a phone that has been turned in to the announcer stand from the women's bathroom. If you are missing a phone, it may be here at the announcer stand.
as we conclude this heavyweight division, I'm not going to talk about all these things, but the one thing I am impressed with as we got into these heavier weights is how these things have stayed true and continued to be athletic and have that right look and handle in them as we get to them upper weights. And a lot of times when we get to these deals that we just don't have the benefit of finding that. And there's one of them out here that hits me real hard. I think this one's silhouette and this one's width and mass is unparalleled in this division. And then it gets a little closer for reserve. At young lady out of the third class is going to be your champion. Second place out of that deal will be reserve.
Our champion in our heavyweight division comes from class number 9, Bailey Amstutz, Ohio. Our reserve champion also comes from class 9, Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. At this time, we will get those lambs to the holding area, and we need to bring them in for our champion crossbred division. At this time, we'll introduce our division champions as they come into the ring. Our champion lightweight comes from Sam Smillen, Iowa. In our middleweight division, our champion comes from Graham Newsom, Texas. And our recently named heavyweight champion comes from Bailey Amstutz, Ohio. In our lightweight division, our reserve is represented by Lila Kephart, Indiana. In our middleweight division, our reserve champion is represented by Kirsten Walk, Oklahoma. And in our heavyweight division, our reserve champion is represented by Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion crossbred weather.
We got to this crossbred division here today, and the quality from top to bottom has been exceptional. I guess I had pretty high expectations, and man, these sheep that have been drug here through the ring today have exceeded all my expectations on what this deal would be like. And we get our division champion and reserves out here, and I'm really happy with these 6 that we've got out here. I'm not going to be the one to tell you that these things are all built identical and look exactly alike, because they're not. And but I think we need to be able to kind of put everything together and find the most unique pieces and the ones that bring the most good in terms of keeping them things true at the ground and cracked open in their center body and muscular and their handle right. And I think we've done that throughout the day. And they've come in some different shapes and sizes, but I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But I think it gets really close here between 2 of these things. And we've got one of them that he's a little more boxier. He's really cracked open. He's really square. He's bold in his rib cage, big backed, big loined, huge hipped, huge stifled. Is he the shallowest one? I don't know that he's the shallowest one, but he's plenty acceptable there. We got the heavyweight sheep that is way up and out there. He's shallower. He's wilder looking. This one is extremely wide made underneath. He's extremely wide on the top side of his skeleton, big structured. When we set this one in motion, does his old neck come out just perfect? I don't know if it's just the most ideal. But them 2 there, I think, are kind of next level. Your heavyweight's going to be your champion. Your middleweight's going to be your reserve.
Our champion crossbred comes out of our heavyweight division, goes to Bailey Amstutz, Ohio. Our reserve champion crossbred comes out of our middleweight division, Graham Newsom, Texas. We will make that first 15-minute call for all our champions and reserves to the RSG holding ring. We will take a 15-minute recess, and we'll plan on getting all those champions and reserves lined up in 15 minutes, have those in the RSG holding ring. We'll start our grand drive at 1:40. 1:40 for our grand champion selection.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we said, we're going to get started here at 1:40, so we'll make that 5-minute call for all you champions and reserves to get to the holding ring. It's time for our grand champion drive, and we'll make that 5-minute call. It has come time for our grand champion drive. So if you have one of those champions or reserves, you do need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. We will be starting our grand champion market lamb drive in the next 2 minutes. Ann, are we ready? And at this time, I would like to welcome you to the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition and our Grand Champion Drive of our Market Lamb Show. At this time, I'd like to introduce all our champions. Our first champion from our AOB division comes from Lindsay Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. If you're here with Lindsay and you want to show her support, please give him a big round of applause. In our Dorper division, our representative is Mallory Snyder, Fort Loramie, Ohio. If you're here with Mallory, please show her your appreciation. Our champion Dorset is represented by Katie Hoffman from Boundfield, Illinois. Our champion Dorset. In our Hampshire division, our champion comes from Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. If you would, show your appreciation for our champion Hampshire. In our natural color division, our champion comes from Landry Lane, Weatherford, Texas. If you would, show Landry your appreciation. In our Oxford division, our champion comes from Avery Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Please show her your appreciation for our Oxford division. In our Shropshire division, our champion comes from Whitney Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. In our Southdown division, our champion comes from Staten Silvers, Junction, Texas. Please give her a big round of applause. Our champion Suffolk comes from Caitlin Chabot, Wheelock, Texas. Please show your appreciation for our champion Suffolk. In our Whiteface division, our champion comes from Tristan Salapek, Las Cruces, New Mexico. If you would, let's give her a big round of applause. And in our Blackface division, our champion comes from Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio. If you would, show your appreciation for Bailey. And if we could take the opportunity and recognize all these champions in the middle of the ring, let's please give them all a big round of applause. Our reserve champion from our All Other Breeds division comes from Jake Jordan, Shirley, Indiana. In our Dorper division, our reserve champion comes from Braden White, Burleson, Texas. In our Dorset division, our reserve champion comes from Blakely Clem, Wilson, Texas. In our Hampshire division, our reserve champion Hampshire comes from Gabby Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. In our natural color division, our reserve champion comes from Hayes Henderson, Carmichael, Mississippi. In our Oxford division, our reserve champion comes from Laurel Christopher, Cleveland, Georgia. In our Shropshire division, our reserve champion comes from Hadley Broadwater, Crawfordsville, Indiana. In our Southdown division, our reserve champion comes from Lindsay Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. In our Suffolk division, our reserve champion comes from Case Williams, Reynolds, Indiana. In our Whiteface Cross division, our reserve champion comes from Laney Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. In our Blackface Cross division, our reserve champion comes from Graham Newsom, Alton, Texas. We're now selecting our grand and reserve grand champion overall at our 50th annual North American International Livestock Exposition. I'd like to take this time now to recognize a lot of the staff and the inner workings of what goes on here in the ring. And one of the main people that we'd like to give some recognition to is Chris Cottle and his staff that have ran the ring today. We've had a great 3 days, and if you would, give Chris and his staff a big round of applause for doing a tremendous job. The next pair that I would really like to recognize, and on the first day they put together our showmanship and organized things, Ann Mumaw and Larry Schroyer. They're instrumental in getting that showmanship done and getting the ring to work, and Ann running the makeup ring. Let's give them a big round of applause. A lot of things go on throughout the year, and Mike Hancock heads up our Market Lamb Advisory Committee and runs that committee, and we do have several people on that committee, almost too many to name off, but I'd like to recognize Mike Hancock and that advisory committee. If you would, let's recognize them at this time. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a great tradition. This is the 50th year for the North American International Livestock Exposition. It takes a lot of things to get this put together. The administration has done a tremendous job putting the North American together. I'd like to recognize our General Superintendent, Warren Beeler, and the staff here at the North American. If you would, let's give them all a big round of applause. I've got the fair board that has stepped in on me here, and I'm going to go ahead and, is it Marshall? If I could get Marshall to introduce everybody, we'd sure like you to come up and give us an introduction.
Oh, he takes both of them. I thought my mouth was, I knew it was big. I didn't know it was that big. Well, welcome. We're so glad to have you here at the 50th North American. It is a great celebration. As you realize, we've got a full house, folks, not only on the south, but in the west and the pavilion, in Broadbent, and everywhere we could find to put a trailer. But we're tickled to death that you're here to celebrate this 50th with us and show your animals. We hope everything has gone exceptionally well for you. You know, one thing that happens when we're going through this in a tight schedule, we were on the way over here, 3 or 4 of us, but we got waylaid. There is something going to happen over in Freedom at 2 o'clock to honor some gentlemen that were some of the original people in the North American. So I told Bobby, he got stuck with Carter and I. He said, fine gentleman. I said, well, that's the first time anybody said that about Nick Carter. But anyway, I want to introduce from the University of Kentucky, represents the dean on the state board. He has been so much of a help through the North American. He's been here basically every day with his folks from the University of Kentucky and helping put on this show. Mr. Nick Carter. Nick, thank you so much for what you do. The other gentleman standing beside him, everybody knows, and I'm going to do it again, Warren Beeler. Warren Beeler's our general superintendent, but he's known to us here in Kentucky as Mr. Kentucky Agriculture. Warren Beeler, we truly appreciate you being here, what you do for us, and in helping us, what you do for the youth, what you do for Kentucky Agriculture. We love you, and we're glad to have you here with us. Let's show our appreciation again to Warren Beeler.
We sure thank you, gentlemen. Over the years, you know, we all think about, as we leave here in November, we start thinking about coming the next year to the North American, and this is an instrumental event in the livestock industry, so we sure thank you for everything that you do throughout the year. Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have done this today without our judge, Jason Simpson from Alt, Colorado. Jason is a Colorado State University graduate. Want to thank Miranda and Cade for loaning him to us today. He's sorted through 1,236 sheep throughout the weekend and has done a tremendous job. Guys, I want you to reach down. I want you to make some noise and thank Jason for doing a tremendous job today.
Well, kids, let's go ahead and shut these things down for a minute here and relax. We're about done with this marathon that we've had the last couple days, but we'll try and give some thanks to the people that we need to here today. And I'm going to start off first by giving thanks to my family at back home and my family and friends that have allowed me to be out here this weekend. And it's not easy being on the road at these deals. And you families that show, you know that it takes an army to get to these things and make them happen. And all you kids, I hope at the end of the day you go back and thank whoever's at home tending to the rest of your livestock and taking care of everything for you there, because them are kind of the ones that go unnoticed in this whole deal. Let's put our hands together for the staff here at Louisville. This event's second to none. I don't know that there's another event that rivals this in terms of the sheep industry that brings breeders and enthusiasts here together in one place the second week in November every year. It makes a guy wonder, if you're not in Louisville the second weekend of November, I question your commitment to the industry, because this is where it all happens, and it truly is neat to have an event of this magnitude within the industry that we can all come together and make this thing happen. Guys, I've enjoyed it here today. Personally, this is my first time out here on the green chips. We've been coming here for 20-some years, and I've had my kids exhibited here. We've helped other families, but personally, this is my first time being out here in the green chips, and I've tried to take it all in this week and enjoy it and have the fun with these kids, and it's an honor for me to be out here with all these kids. And I look around ringside and see lots of friends and mentors that I've had throughout the years in the industry. And for them to allow me to evaluate their kids' animals, that means the world to me. But we'll go ahead and get down to it here. It's been a long 2 days. You kids can kind of fire them back up. I think the quality's been second to none. Exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. Kids, you've been awesome to work with. There's one here today that as we've continued to moderate these sheep in the industry and make them smaller, it's been a while that I've seen one that's built like this wide, this good looking, at this weight. Young lady with the Crossbreds is going to be your champion.
Our grand champion market lamb for the 50th annual North American International comes from Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio.
I think it gets really, really close after we get that champion out of the way, and this second through fifth overall, it's cutting hairs, and I'm not going to be the first to admit that all these things look identical or out of the same cookie cutter pattern, but I think good livestock come in different shapes and sizes, and we've seen that out here today. But there's another one here that hit me extremely hard. Reserve Crossbred is going to be your reserve grand.
Our reserve crossbred comes from our reserve grand champion overall comes from our Blackface crossbred division, Graham Newsom, Olton, Texas. Our third overall comes from our Hampshire division, Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. Our fourth overall comes from Gabby Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. And our fifth overall comes from our natural color division, Landry Lane, Weatherford, Texas. Congratulations to all our young exhibitors and all our exhibitors that have come through the ring at the North American this weekend. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at our 51st Annual North American in 2024.